Shut up, Farrakhan. The mask has been pulled off, brothers and sisters. They've been parading around. Oh, we human rights. We love everybody, right? I represent Elijah, right? Um, Democracy, all these great things, and now the mask has been pulled off. The mask is being pulled off, brothers and sisters. And the whole world's starting to see who they really are. See? Because desperation, the mask comes off. A lion, once it's eaten, you can walk around that lion, he probably won't bother you. Because he's full. But if you get hungry again, then you see the lion in them. The devils, they're losing power now. They're hungry. And now the truth is coming out. See? The evil, the wickedness, genocide. America's totally guilty. Because they're the ones that's supplying the ammunition for sponsors to pull the trigger. Farrakhan is ripping off the Nation of Islam. And now he's exposed. His so-called mosques are virtually empty. And he's just outright lying. He's outright lying over there. And then so God told him to be quiet. The mask is coming off, brothers and sisters. Because the truth is here. The light is here. And light blows with all masks. The angel light said people said in darkness is a mask. Darkness, the evil people hide themselves under the mask of darkness. When the light comes out, the mask rips off. And then you see them as they are. And you're laying back. You're laying back in your couch, drinking your buds, smoking your reefer, playing with your shut up, Farrakhan. Special thing. See? And roaches and rats run all over you. You can't see them. Feel something, but you can't see what it is. House all dirty, stinking, shit all over the place. But you can't see anything. Then light comes on, uh-oh. Then you're in panic mode. See? Because rats all over you. Spiders, roaches, dogs shitting all over the place. Understand, brothers and sisters? See? That's where we are right. We're in a lake of shit. They told us we're on an island, on Pleasure Island. And now the mask coming off. And the whole world's seeing. And it's out of their desperation. And desperation is increasing daily. That means it's going to get worse. See, a lion, when he first, after he's eaten, well, when the food is dissolved, right? Okay, he's a little hungry. But let him go a few hours, a few days, then get real hungry. So you get more hungry. So you think it's bad now? Don't you see it's getting worse every day? Every day it gets worse and worse and worse. They get more vicious. More lies over there. Today, I'm telling you, when you think they couldn't lie anymore, they go off the page. You say, damn, is there any incident lying? That's what they did was lie. Everything he said was a damn lie. I'm not going to waste my time critiquing it. Because everything he says is a damn lie. Farrakhan predicted. He didn't predict a goddamn thing. He didn't see COVID coming. 2019, 40 years. Plague immediately, firstborn. COVID. Killed elderly. Wasn't affecting black people. Not original black people. And he didn't say anything about it. It happened beginning of January. At the end of February, he still said, he was talking about Kobe. He said not one word about COVID. He didn't say anything until July, and then he knew all about it. But he predicted. What happened to Armageddon? Oh, Armageddon war started, 3 years ago? You seen Armageddon? Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Let me play a few things here, and then we'll get to my main topic. Mask is off, brothers and sisters. Devil, demon, Satan. That's his husband. Why are they kissing in the mouth? That's his husband. See, he's been emasculated, castrated, pissing shit in the bag. So I guess he needs something to help him out. And you think that's wrong? You think that's the wrong caption there? Listen to what he says. Listen to what he says. That's what he says. They say, don't believe your lying eyes. Listen to what he says. Here you go, Farrakhan. All yours.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadakuddin and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulaiman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, breaker of 7 seals. Brothers and sisters, very crucial time. Very crucial time. Unprecedented. That means unprecedented resistance to something. Something's causing it. Every action has an opposite reaction. So if there's an unprecedented time, there's an unprecedented act that's causing unprecedented times. How many ways can I explain this, brothers and sisters? There's an unprecedented reaction, then there has to be unprecedented action. If there's unprecedented action, there has to be an unprecedented reaction. Either way, you look at it. So there's 2 sides. You're only looking at one side if you're looking at it all. Unprecedented time. That means, right, like no one's before. Then what unprecedented action is taking place that's going to cause unprecedented times? So you got to look at both sides. I don't want to do it. See, this is a hard mission, brothers and sisters. Because the mission is actually to get you to start thinking. If I keep telling you everything, then all you're doing is rememberize, you're not thinking. And your memory will not get you through tribulation. Or what if you get through one of those blandishments, hey, brother, I'm just hanging on, then you might as well not go through tribulation because you won't like the other side. What it is, to get you to start thinking. So I give you the basis for thinking. You have to take it. I show you what a gym is. I get you signed up, get your membership, get you in there, get your first trainer. Now you got to do something. You got to say, hey, praise, Chuck and Jive, praise trainer, right? And trainer and find out how machines work. No, you have to get on the machine, start working them. Nobody wants to do that. It's a problem. So I'm going to a couple of things. I'm reluctant to say certain things because I keep giving you the answers. What's the point of giving you a test if I keep giving you the answers? It's not going to do any good. So I'm going a little more into it today. And those clowns, it's off the page of lies. I don't want to even critique with this anymore. It's just, like my wife was asking you, she talked about, she said, well, about bait. I was explaining to her about bait, right? I was saying, that's why they keep putting Elijah's name out there, because anybody that's got a blame at all can know they're not representing Elijah Muhammad's teachings. All you got to do is read the message of the black man, how to live, follow America, save Azariah, so forth, so on, and read the lesson and know they're not teaching Elijah Muhammad. In fact, they teach just the opposite. So why do they keep using Elijah's name? Because that's debate. I try to get you to understand the depths of what's going on here. Why do you use? Because you find out what they're trying to catch by the bait they're using. Why do I have to explain all these things? You find out what what kind of fish they're trying to catch by the bait they're using. So the bait they're using is Elijah. Because people familiar with Elijah. And some people, even if they didn't come in, they still were sympathetic to Elijah. And some people was following Elijah's precept, even though they didn't come in because for various reasons. Some people say, man, I can't stop, man. I can't stop drinking and doing Budweiser. But I'm down with fire. I'm down with Elijah, though. Because they know they couldn't come in with that stuff. They say, I ain't ready, man. I'm with this. I'm down with what he's saying. I just ain't strong enough to do the discipline part. No, we had a lot of people like that. I had this, the first time I come in contact, well, not the first time, because my first time I went to the temple with my father. He took me there when I was about 12 years old, I think. And actually lived a block away from it. But I didn't know what it was. I thought it was a church or something. So one day he took me in there. And it turned out he was processing, but I didn't know it. Right? He passed away a couple of years later. And I didn't find out until I processed him. I told me, hey, your father was doing the same thing. Anyway, he took me in there. And they were saying this was like 61, I guess, because he passed 63. And they were saying the War of Armageddon would take place in the 1970s. They don't talk about that. See, Elijah said the War of Armageddon was going to take place in the 1970s. Let's say he didn't get everything right. I'm not going to knock him on that. I'm not going to knock Elijah on nothing because he's like a father to me. But the point is, I love the man. No issues with him. But before that, right? No, after that, right, was moving on the other side of town. And this brother, I don't know, he was a little gangster, also Harold Herring. And one day, we had a little club called the Condors or something, right? And he got all us together, man. Right? And at this time, I'm about 16, I guess. Just before I went into the military. And he said, he called himself a outlaw Muslim. Well, that sounded cool, but nobody knew what I knew what it was. I didn't know what a Muslim was. He said, I'm an outlaw Muslim. And so he got us all together and said, we're going over, he's going to take us over to the temple, but I didn't know that's where he was going to take us. So the whole group was heading over towards the temple on the side of town. Anybody know about Newark? We live at Weekway Park. That's where they were in that area. But the temple was on the outside of town. But he has us all walking, man. We all walking over there. I didn't know where I was going. Everybody was just going. And anyway, before we got there, some stuff went down. Cops chasing us and all that stuff, right? So we never got there. But I'm saying, you had people like that. They was down with the program. Right? They knew they couldn't handle the discipline and everything that was required to be in FOI. You understand? So you had that. So the thing is that like Detroit, I say Philly, what was the other place? Newark, definitely. Harlem. Eli's mom owned those places. We own Chicago. You went there, I mean, if they wasn't what they wanted to be, everybody was down with it. It was like, that's what it was. When I came home from the military, wow, that's all you saw. That's all everybody was to talk. See? And so the thing is, and I'm going to get into that a little bit later, they had to squash that. Okay, I'm going to have to do this. I was walking my wife this morning. We talked about it, so I think I'm going to have to take a diversion here. And talk about what I was explaining to her. You know, in the 70s, in the 60s, right, so-called civil rights movement. Now, I remember when I was growing up, everybody had a father. Mother was at home. She wasn't out working anywhere. She was taking care of the children and stuff. That's pretty much the thing. And if you live in the city like we lived in Newark, man, everybody knew everybody. Neighbors, everybody knew everybody. I don't know. I haven't met a neighbor in any place I live in 20, 30 years, I guess. Everybody knew everybody. You know, you're going bus rides to Coney Island on the weekends. They organize a bus ride. All people get together. Everybody knew everybody. Everybody was everybody's parent because if you got in trouble, I did something like that, guys, I'm gonna tell your daddy. And sometimes they whoop your ass themselves and then take it to your daddy. And the dad say, hey, did you get him? Yeah, I got his butt. And that was it. Remember, that's what it was. You know, during the holidays, all the families got together. I knew all my relatives. I had my aunts, uncles, cousins, everybody. You know, I don't know anybody now. So what happened? Because the devil say, these niggas got together, man, and had these sit-ins and these walk-ins and all the riding, all that kind of stuff, and forced them to the so-called civil rights, all that kind of crap. Now, not that I go along with that, right? But the point is, but it was on both sides. The demons on one side and Elijah on the other side. People was coming to Elijah Muhammad. They was, oh, these are devils. They knew the enemy. We got to get together. You know, black folks, where they was kinfolks or kinfolk, they were organizing. Okay? There was those organizing Elijah. There was two primary figures, Elijah and Martin Luther King. They was organized around one or the other. One for deeper into America, others get the hell away. But there was black folks organizing. They said, hell with that. We can't have that. Remember, this is where we were in the 60s. What happened in the 70s? A dramatic change happened suddenly. Right? Oh, crap. Popped in. He's popped in. That's just the plague side, right? They had Cosby came on. Kids was respect their parents back then. I mean, you wouldn't think of a kid talking about their parent. I mean, that's unheard of. That didn't happen. I mean, you wouldn't think that long. All the kids know more than their parents knew. Kids started getting out of control. They came and said, well, you couldn't chastise your children. You know, what do you call it? Child abuse. Right? Women's lib. Right? You ain't got to listen to your husband, none of it. I mean, you get your own job and everything else. You're independent. So have families start breaking up. Right? So forth, so on. Private prisons. So black, and then they put women on these programs where they only get it. You couldn't get jobs, and so the woman had to go with her, but she couldn't get unless the man couldn't be in the home. So then they break up families, and then they sent all the black folks starting to get a foothold in the economic system, especially like in Detroit. They sent all these jobs over to China. Intellectual jobs, they brought Indians in for it. They froze you out. All these things I can add in. While it still happened in the 70s. Look at the intent of all these things. They broke up the family, black families, broke them up. You know, then you mentioned the preachers. They was the preachers. They was the ministers of that program. Remember Martin Luther, what's his name? Margaret Singer. The one that started Planned Parenthood. Did you ever read what she said? She said she was going to use the black preachers to convince black women not to have babies. She was going to use the black preachers to do it because they know they own them. They're skin folk. You know, you understand? They had house niggas. House niggas said, hey man, master, they ain't on the farm no more. What we going to do? Well, you ain't going to live with us. That's what master told them. You ain't going to live with us no more. Oh, master, daddy, that was their daddy. What are we going to do, master? Well, you can live off of them. And that's what they've been doing. They're the preachers. Farracon's one of them. He's a multimillionaire. He has to produce a goddamn thing. Just run his mouth. About nothing. You understand? That's what's going on. And then you used to have blackface. Remember you used to have blackface? Just take white people and put blackface on to mock black people. They don't need it anymore. They got Wesley Snipes. They got Denzel Washington. They got Morgan Freeman. They don't need blackface anymore. They got them. You don't see this because you got emotional attachment to these people. Those people, they're rich and they probably. Denzel Washington played Malcolm X, and he's familiar with the idea. Then why still call himself Denzel Washington? You ask yourself that. Why still call himself that? See. He actually played a slave move, and a slave, because they're demons. And so they don't need blackface anymore because they got them. And they out there because do you know black people act like those act? Do you know black people that act like they act? Do you know any real black folks that act like they act? These old stupid movies, I'm going to get in that in a minute, where black folks got bathrooms that's bigger than your whole damn house. You know ain't no black folks like that. I had a mini mansion. I was rolling in the dough. After Elijah departed, I started my IT business, and I still ain't anything like that. Nothing. I had a nice mini mansion. I had like 5 bathrooms, I guess, something like that, and with 3 stories, and it was fun in there, and all kinds of, And these people, like, they got little jobs someplace. They got a little business, and they got a super mansion. And you know that that's not real. This people you see on TV, that's not real. You don't see black folk like that. That's what they portray it. If it ain't that, that's an illusion. Make you think you can get that. And then the real black people that they try to show, right? They drug dealers, pimps, hoes. All this stuff came out of the 70s because they was losing control of blacks. And then they said, okay, and that we get back to the bait thing, right? Okay, so they took care pretty much of Martin Luther King stuff. They got rid of him. And so all they preaching, right? They preaching, well, love back, love America, that kind of stuff, right? But still had a problem with Elijah. He had a problem with Elijah. Because he was shedding a light on them, the history and everything, and who they really were. He didn't have a complete light, but he did have a light. So we got to shut that down. We close everything else off. 70s, right? We got to close. That's the last door we got to close. See? So that's why they put Farrakhan in there. There's nowhere in the world. I give you $5,000 if you can show me he's preaching Elijah Muhammad's teachers. I give you $5,000 if you can prove to me he's teaching Elijah Muhammad's teachers. He's the lessons, Elijah Muhammad's lessons, Master Muhammad's lessons, Elijah Muhammad's. He said just the opposite. But use Elijah as a bait, remember? Would you use the bait to kind of fish trying to catch? That's what because they're trying to catch anybody out there left that still have any of Elijah's light. They were trying to put light out totally. Because if you adopt what Elijah Muhammad said, what Farrakhan said, you will not have any light. Because he's saying, Elijah Muhammad said we had to leave here, be fools to stay. He said, we ain't going nowhere. See? He's totally against everything Elijah Muhammad said. Devils ain't devils anymore. You thought it was just being polite. Did you see what I saw earlier? He said, no, they are brothers. So he was the last thing they had to take and these Jews, because they joined the people in. That, right? That has any of Elijah's light, they shut it out. That's why he keeps saying, oh, Elijah's my teacher. Representing Elijah Muhammad, Master Muhammad. And anybody's got a brain and think about it, just listen to anything he says and go look at the lessons and read Message of Black Man, How to Live, For America, Our Savior's Rise, and you see it's none of that stuff, what he's saying is in there. It's totally opposite. So you use Elijah Muhammad's bait, because that's the ones they're trying to catch. They try to snuff out Elijah's light totally, and that's what his job is. So they come at so that's the last thing they shut down. They shut down everything else. They went out all the leaders that might have a light. Oh, he had a little light. He turned, but he still had some light. They shut that out. With Hampton, all those guys, they shut anybody that had any light. They shut it out. They killed all the so-called leaders that had. That was the whole program. That was the 1970s program. They shut that light out, and that's what Farrakhan's. And he has been successful. He was pretty much successful until the Messiah Covenant showed up. Now they're desperate. Now they're all over the place. Farrakhan said, damn, watch the weather, Farrakhan. And to get to the bottom line is, he talking that crap today. All this bullshit was total bullshit. I can tell you line after line after line, everything he said was just total garbage. He kept tripping himself up, don't even realize it. Remember, he's been telling us that father and mother had nothing to do with you. It's all God does it. And then he came out and said, what did he say today? He says, oh, it's your what you inherited from your mother and father. God can't do that. That's good. That ain't God. Yes, that's what you got. He said just the opposite. Go read it. That's what you inherit your mother. We weren't supposed to inherit anything from your mother and father. According to him, God gave it all to you. I go on and on and on about how stupid this clown is. They say anything because they're desperate. He trips himself up over and over and over and over again. He says, oh, well, God don't hold you account for ignorance. Okay, let's look at that one for a second and move on. What's ignorance is lack of knowledge, is it? Is that what ignorance is, right? So he holds you account after having knowledge, right? So when this say, my people are lost for lack of knowledge. They're lost, that means they were destroyed because according to him, if you don't believe this, you're going to be destroyed. So they were destroyed. That was God's will for them to be destroyed. But they were destroyed because of lack of knowledge. But he just says, what did he just say? He says, oh, God don't hold you account for lack. He only wants you to get knowledge. But he says people are lost because of lack of knowledge. See, he don't know what the hell he's talking about. This anything. They're desperate. Lack of knowledge is no excuse. Consequence catch your ass. Don't care if you know, because first of all, right, they could have lack of knowledge because they refused to have knowledge. And that's what said those who followed the message of some perdition was, said they refused knowledge. They love knowledge. They didn't want it. So all you got to do is say, I'm not going to accept knowledge and God can't do nothing to you. You got to wait till you get knowledge. And you say, I'm not going to get it. So you got to wait till you get it and you refuse to get it. So he got to just leave you alone. See, it's just stupid. And that Ishmael, that dude is certified retarded. He is. Anyway, let's move on, brothers and sisters. See? But that's debate. Elijah Muhammad's debate, because I give anybody $5,000 to show me that what they're teaching is consistent with Elijah Muhammad's teachings and with the lesser Master Prophet Muhammad. That proves the point, because it's been out there for years and no one stepped to it yet because they're using Elijah as a bait to get you in there and then to mess you up with Scientology and tell you this is what Elijah Muhammad taught. And then they count on you being stupid, not to go and check for yourself. All you got to do is read Exodus. But see, this is working against them. They don't realize it. Because he's doing a good job, Farrakhan, because you put all of those demons to you. So I'm not, if I spend time critiquing, I'd be all day, because everything he said was a damn lie. I mean, I was like, my wife don't like me watching it because she think I'm gonna get a stroke. Because I say, man, I these people, I say, how can they lie like that? I know why they're doing it, but the point is that's my mission. My mission is not to get followers. My mission is not to make money off you. My mission is to get you information. And my first is to separate the demons from the saints. And so I mean, I gotta listen to this shit. It says in the script, it said, son of man, you can have these shit. You think it ain't in there, it's in there. He says, well, and so he said, wait a minute, I ain't never ate anything bad in my life. And so God told him, so okay, you still gotta eat shit, just not human shit. Because he said, your people gotta eat human, gonna be forced to eat human shit. It's in the scripture. But he says, I'm gonna save you from it. You have these shit, you ain't cow shit. There's some significance to that, because cow represents a Sunni Islam, I'm leaving that alone, brothers and sisters. Here we go again, brothers and sisters. See? This stuff is so simple. Elijah Muhammad said, truth made so simple in the fool with her. So he said, how? But see, when you understand the situation, just like the Holocaust, once you understand how things work, then you say, well, okay, that was bad, but it was good. Say, well, how was it good? Because how do you make a diamond? You had to put under intense pressure. I'm sure the piece of coal didn't like the intense pressure. It probably cursed and everything else. But then once it's transformed to a diamond, it's said, damn, wow, I'm everlasting, man. Look, I'm beautiful. I'm the most beautiful stone there is. That's the joy after transformation. But during the transformation, damn, ooh, what the hell? And that's our situation. Because look all the hell we've been going through. See? But that's what you need to do. Be transformed. If we're going to be transformed, let's make men our likeness and image. They still get that wrong. They don't know what Adam is. They don't know a goddamn thing. But they're not supposed to, because they're in darkness. He told me, he's going to talk about darkness. They're in the darkness. Where's the light? That's what we're going to talk about in a minute. Where's the light? Light is, that's the angel. Angel is light. Because it's exposing everything. It's revealed. That's what light does. You turn light on, and you start seeing. When light's out, you can't see what's around. You can't see where you are. You can't see what's in the, if you're in the room. You can't see what's in the room. You can't see your exit out. You can't see the door in. You can't see anything. So you walking around. I mean, you're walking on the floor, so you got to be a floor because you're walking on it. You might can feel the walls and stuff, right? But you don't know what the hell you're feeling. But you know, you're somewhere, you got something. So, but light comes all of a sudden, man, it's a whole new world. And the angel explains to it, these people, if you talk to them, just ask a bunch of questions. So who the jinn? Who is the dragon? What is the 7 heads? What is the 10 horns of the dragon? What does that represent? See? See, he kept calling Satan and the devil the same thing. Satan and the devil are not the same thing. People don't understand. You know, the devil and Satan are not the same. And he got it all mixed up. Well, Satan came, then the devil, and they're like they're the same. They're not the same. He don't know the hell he's talking about. They can answer those questions. They can't tell who Adam is, they think. They can't tell you anything. They can't tell you, oh, Jacob is Jacob. And see, they go along with that, and I'm going to tell you how deadly that is in a minute. They all that stuff going out. That makes no sense. But the point is, why aren't you able to make sense out of it? And if you're a demon, then you have to go along with it. Let's move on, brothers and sisters.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flager as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is, you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor,
yes, sir,
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. And Mustafa maybe 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you.
One more time, brother.
Okay, what the lesson say? What does Master Muhammad says to God that they explain me? Oh, he says, who's the devil? Caucasian, Oh, color doesn't matter? Oh, is it Caucasian? You said a Caucasian devil? Is that what he said? The color doesn't matter, right? That's what he said. They're missing the will of God, right? So who's the Caucasian? No, that's not what it says. It's Caucasian white man. Oh, that's color, ain't it? I mean, white is a color, isn't it? Caucasian white man. And wasn't that person a Caucasian? Wasn't he white? Is that the devil? And it says 100% wicked. That means they're not submission to the will of God. Are they? 100% wicked. And cannot. It's impossible for them to be reformed. So obviously he knows better than Master Muhammad. He says he's a student. White man. 100% wicked. 100%. Not 99.9. It's one out of 1,000, 1 out of 100. No, all of them. And they must all be removed. That's the lesson. So maybe I'm just retarded. Maybe I just don't understand. Maybe I just can't read. But hey, boy, brother, hey, dog, you just don't understand, man. Farrakhan, man, he's too wise. You can't keep up with him, man. I mean, just stick around, man. I mean, because but his father's a devil, and look, he's the Messiah. Oh, Farrakhan's father is a Caucasian white man, Portuguese Jew. So they're the Messiah. So if he's the Messiah, right? Because Messiah will come from the root of David. David from the seed of Abraham. So Farrakhan's Messiah, and he says that means false Israel is really the seed of Abraham. And we just dumbass Ham gonna be slaves cursed by Jesus. Because we're stupid and ignorant and cursed black. If Farrakhan is the Messiah, and if you listen to what Farrakhan says, I guess he is. Because he loves white, remember? He wants to save white people. He wants it to happen to them. So remember, the Messiah comes to save people. He comes, and that's what he says. He wants to save white people. Ain't that what he said? I don't want nothing to happen to America. I love America. I want to stay here. He's their Messiah. I mean, well, let me move on, brothers and sisters. I can't get anybody to understand it. They have to understand the hard way if they come to understand it all. But this stuff is so powerful. This truth is so powerful. It's shaking the world, but you don't see it. They didn't see Prophet Muhammad. It's too late. He is a man who could not read or write. He shook up the world. Shook up the world at a time. Remember, that was a known world. The main empire was a Roman Empire. He shook it. Shook it down its foundation. Man couldn't read or write. Poor man. He had no money. Couldn't read or write. And this with his weapon.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Okay, brothers and sisters, let's examine that. They say it said those believe in part of the book and disbelieve in the other. These clowns right here, they represent Farrakhan, right? His teaching. So it's exactly what it says. Now, do you believe what Allah says? That's Allah's word. Those who believe in part of the book and disbelieve in the other, them the worst punishments for them, the most grievous, the worst. So that's a sin. So let's see if they're guilty of that.
Malachi 3:1. Behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me, and the Lord, whom ye seek, shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, whom ye delight in. Behold, he shall come, saith the Lord of hosts.
Uh-oh. No, wait a minute, hold it. They believe the messenger part, this Malachi, they say Elijah, he's the messenger, right? They believe in that part, right? But what about this part by the messenger of the covenant? Oh, Elijah, last messenger. That's not what this says. That's not what God says. The Lord of hosts. So they know better than him because he says no. He said there's a messenger of the covenant coming to Elijah's temple. Elijah's not the last one. In fact, the messenger of the covenant is greater than Elijah because Elijah just prepares the way for him. He's the one that's going to come, and that's the one you should be seeking. Not Elijah, the messenger of the covenant that will come to Elijah's temple. That means he was contemporary of Elijah. He was around when Elijah was around. See? And he's a messenger of the covenant. So was that Me-Farracon? Well, then let's look at the covenant. You see, if he's a messenger of the covenant, he should be representing the covenant, right? So what covenant is there? So they saying, no, Elijah's last message. So they calling God a liar right there. They calling Farrakhan and all those clowns are calling God a liar right there. That should be case closed. Because if you don't believe that, that means you part of the situation because you're saying you believe part of the book of this, believe the other. Because you're saying, okay, but he's called him a liar. You said, no, he ain't called him a liar. Well, it's right there. It's right there. Because you believe in Elijah, but you don't believe in the messenger of the covenant, do you? So why you don't believe in that part? So you part of the grievous this time, aren't you? Move on. Now let's look at, there's a messenger of the covenant that you should be seeking. And how would you, one way you recognize him, because he's preaching the covenant. That's simple enough right there. He'd be somebody that was around when Elijah was around. There's two things right there. There's two identification features. He'd been around when Elijah was around, and he's a messenger of the covenant. He was suddenly come to Elijah's temple. So Elijah didn't bring him, he came on his own. See? Okay, let's look at the covenant itself. Mention the covenant. So they call God a liar right there because they mentioned the messenger. They've been part of the book. This been the other. They've been the messenger, but they don't believe the messenger of the covenant. They've been the messenger, but they don't believe the messenger of the covenant because they never mention him. He's the one that's going to come after Elijah, who Elijah prepared the way for. Let's look at this covenant situation.
Genesis 15:12. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and, lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him. 13. And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. 14. And also that nation, whom they shall serve, will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance.
Okay, so it says, this would happen. Now they beat this part, right? They say 400 years. They talk about that, right? That we be afflicted and everything. They talk about that, right? Okay, so let's read the rest of this.
Genesis 15:18. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates.
Okay, brothers and sisters. This part of the same verses. And that's the covenant. It's God's word. He says we're leaving here and going home, Farrakhan said, we're not going anywhere. So he's calling God a liar again. And this is God's word. This is a covenant. He never mentioned the covenant, but he mentioned the other part about the 400 years, but he doesn't mention this. He doesn't mention the covenant, He doesn't mention the covenant. He doesn't mention either one of those. He denies both. Ain't nobody after Elijah? That gets rid of the mess of the covenant. And we ain't going nowhere. That gets rid of the covenant. Both against God's will. Both. Both against Elijah Muhammad's teachings. So they believe in part of the book and disbelieve the other. Because they believe in the first part, they don't believe in this part. Those are Farrakhan's people speaking for Farrakhan. That shows you. For them, it's a grievous chastisement. Farrakhan think that chastisement. See, if you understand Balaam, that's not that chastisement of cancer, his ass blown up. That was just one of many. You got another one coming that's much worse than that. Oh, how can it be worse than that? Yeah. In a few more days, right? He gonna pray for going back to the time he blew his ass, because what's coming is worse than that. So right there, it tells you there's a covenant. They never mention it. We ain't going nowhere. So God is a liar. He lied about the covenant. He lied about the messenger of the covenant. So who is the messenger of the covenant? Let's find who the messenger of the covenant is. Maybe that'll make sense. Come on, God. Covenant, they lied about the covenant. So let's find the identity of the message of the covenant.
Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord, it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead. Now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast.
Well, brothers and sisters, what do you make of that? Joshua is the messenger of the covenant. He's the one who's going to take you back to fulfill the covenant. But they never mention him either, do they? Some clown mentioned his name a while back. They never mention Joshua, do they? Aaron. How come Aaron is not in this picture? They went from Moses, good, right? God jumped over Aaron, went from Moses to Aaron, to Joshua, and Joshua is the one that fulfills the covenant. He's the messenger of the covenant. So now you got the messenger of the covenant, you got the covenant, and you got the identity of the messenger of the covenant, and they don't talk about all three of them. That shows they're aware of them. That means they're against them, because that is your future. That is your reward. Right? But that's yours. If you see, they want to snuff that out. I told you the devils, they want to snuff that out. That's your vision. That's your future. That's your reward for what you suffered. And they say, he's hiding from you. Farrakhan denies it. Partly because he's not a seed of Abraham. So the scripture said he would despise the covenant because it doesn't apply to him. Imagine, say he didn't know he just thought he didn't know he was a demon. So he comes to Nation of Islam. And he's preaching and he got some success, right? And he finds out better lessons. And then the lesson says that his father is a devil. And the devil's going to be destroyed. And they're wicked, no good. He knows that he's the seed of his father. So that applies to him too. He's not seed of Abraham. What you think he would do? What you think he would do? He would despise that. Because the covenant is against him. The nation of Islam is against him. It lies against, but they may not know they're against him. He knows they are because he knows he's a devil. He's a wolf in sheep clothing. You wake up one morning and you got sheep clothing on you. And you all the sheep around. You're going to pull the sheep clothing off, tell them you're a wolf. They're going to run away. Now you got to fight for your food. No, you keep it on. Now you got free meals, man. Every time you get hungry, just reach out and bite somebody. What you think he would do? What would you do? You want to destroy because he knows we're his enemy. Son of a bitch knows we're his enemy. He knows that. He said, "What you know it." The wolf knows he's the sheep's enemy. But the sheep don't know because he looks like a wolf. He looks like a sheep. When he's going to reveal the fact that he's a wolf, then now he's got to go fight for his meal. He got to go chase the sheep down. Now he's in paradise. You get hungry, he just grab one of the sheep and start eating on it. Hey, man, why are you eating up on the sheep? Oh, man, that was an evil sheep, man. She was no damn good, man. So I just took care of it. That's what I said about black folk. Then you're wicked, you're sinful. Why you ripping off black people? Why you getting rich off of them? Because they're wicked. See? Instead of telling them I'm a vulture. I'm a buzzard. I'm eating their flesh because that's what buzzards do. I'm not going to reveal who I am. Then I guess hard. Now, who's going to feed me in? Me-Farracon, he revealed to you the truth biology. He said, we got to admit this father, a white Portuguese Jew. We got to admit that on tape. So you got to come, white folks are the devil. And one drop black blood make you black, all that kind of stuff. Because if you study biology, you would be with him. Unless you buzzards like him, you'll be with him. Because you know he's the enemy. You're going to tell me if wolf clothing, and all of a sudden the wolf takes the sheep clothing off, the sheep going to be friends with him? Oh, he was a good wolf, so we're gonna be friends. You think so? Oh, we've been knowing for years, man. He was always good. Oh, he's a wolf. Oh, okay, it was all right. He's a good wolf. You think so? No. They get the hell away from him as fast as they can. So Farrakhan is not going to reveal, right? See, he made that mistake before until it became clear, the biology of it. And oh no, he's a black-skinned Jamaican now. All you got to do is Google who his father got a picture of him. Virtual clock. So therefore, we got to cover it. Oh, well, it doesn't matter who your mother and father, because God making a room, so it doesn't matter what the seed is, because God made him. Oh, one drop black blood make you black. All this bullshit to cover the fact that he's a wolf, he's a devil, and that's like I said, you can't trust them. They're wicked 100%. See. And so therefore, he got to put Elijah's bait out there, so he come running, so he got some more lamb meat to eat, some more mutton. You're going to find out in a minute, brothers and sisters. Okay? So they passed over Aaron. He claims Aaron, why did they pass over Aaron? Aaron didn't make it to the promised land. Aaron was just reactive. Aaron was no damn good. Move on, brothers and sisters.
There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life. As I was with Moses, so I will be with thee. I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee.
See, this is for the real Son of Man, Joshua, the Messiah. See, he shouldn't have anything to be afraid of. He has protection, but God backs him, so he's going to make sure that happens to him as long as he maintains the law. Right? Still on his mission. But, hey, that sound like that's the protection Farrakhan was getting? Where he blew his ass up with radiation pellets, got his castrated, pissed the shit in a bag? That's a curse. So that applies to Farrakhan? If it was, keep that God away from me.
6. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest.
That's the promise of Joshua, not Farrakhan. But okay, doing a good job, Farrakhan, because you're tracking all, birds of feather flock together. He's tracking all the demons, idiots, riffraff. So when time comes, easy to identify them and separate them. Okay, brothers, sis, we're going to see if I can get to my main topic here. 2026, this is a year to be remembered. Well, Lord, vengeance. You have vengeance. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Who takes the vengeance? Doing them they done to you. So who's the Lord then? You're us in general, and then you got, they refer to the messenger of covenant as the Lord. The Lord who you seek. Why? They also refer to an angel like that. They call the Lamb the Lord, Lord, and King of Kings. They call Master Muhammad King of Lord, Lords. People say they just got mixed up. No, it was two different people. Different missions. Okay, let me get to this subject, brother and sister. Now, this goes a little complicated for some of you. Maybe all of you. You understand the brain and mind. The brain's like your hardware. Like your laptop or whatever, you have the hardware. And you got software. That's like Windows, that's the software. Now, software's job is to feed information, edit information, everything else, feed information to the brain. It also has editing features, right? Check the information, all that kind of stuff, right? But ultimately, right, it gets information, it takes in data, it processes it, not for logic, but for, right, for other things like make sure there's no restrictions, right, and so forth. So, because you can put that in, you can build that into there and say, hey, well, I don't want this kind of information. So it looks like, okay, is it on a restricted list? This information on a restricted list. Like if you say, I don't want to hear about the Muslims. Well, because somebody put on a restricted list. The mother and father told me, don't listen to nothing the Muslims say, so they're on a restriction list. So that never gets to the brain. Maybe it gets to the mind, but never gets to the brain. That kind of thing. Now, once it gets to the brain is just a computer. All it does is just computes. It takes information and calculates it. Right? Just like you get a calculator, you got to put information into that calculator. Based on what you put in, it's going to give you an answer. Because it's built a certain way. So it recognizes that 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. 3 minus 1 equals 2. 5 times 3 equals 50. That's built in inside, like a chip or something here, brother. Okay? So it's logic. It says, okay, you put this in, it goes to the process, adds it together, and it comes out with an answer. And that's decision. But it only can do it with the information that gets in from the mind. Now, there's 2 things going on here. Now, I'm going to talk about something I didn't talk about before. Now, we had a bad mind. See, the devils gave us their mind. That said, the man in Mark, right? He had the devil's mind, so he beat himself. Because if you're in a land of cats and you're a dog, you got to obey the cats if you want to live there. So you got to have a mind. You have to have a cat's mind. But if you get a cat's mind, you're going to hate dogs. Because cats hate dogs. So now here you're a dog, but you live in a cat land, so you're going to hate other dogs. You hate yourself too. Because if you got a cat's mind, that's what's going to tell you, right? That's what done to us. That's what walk around, call ourselves Denzel Washington and Morgan Freeman and Whitney Houston or whatever, right? Because we got their mind. And we reject real names, our real religion. Our Lord Jesus reject our real religion. I went into that Muslim stuff. Most of us came over here originally with Muslim. Reject everything about ourselves and reject each other. Because that tells you the nature of the mind that people, remember, where we get this mind from? If we act like this, we got their mind, that means that's the way they think. Do I have to spell everything out to you? If that's the mind, if that's what we acted, we got the mind from them. That's telling you how they think. If there was angels, they would have made us angels. They made us niggers because they niggers. You look at the product and you can tell a lot about the manufacturer, because the manufacturer that produces a product like that has to have the machinery, has to think that way to produce a product like that. So when you see us, you see who they really are. Every action is an opposite equal reaction. So you see the manifestation who they really are. We see us because we what they made. We are what they made. So let's go a little deeper here. Okay, so we get some information they provided. Now religion is one of the key features here. Okay, now they give us bad information. So when they give you bad information, your brain has a problem with it. Because, you're telling it cats can fly. And it goes to the calculation of that. Well, if cats can fly, right? They should be afraid of dogs. So here's a dog chasing a cat. How come cats can still fly? So that's something wrong with that. See, because you're telling these are facts. So it processes it as a fact. I'm just going to process it and make you give in. So it'll come out with that, but then it doesn't fit what they see. So the brain says, wait a minute. Okay, something wrong with the data you're giving me. Because I don't see a result out here. As I do the calculation, go to the logic of it, I don't see a result out there. The data you give me is not consistent with the data. What I see. Once I calculate it, that is consistent with that. So then you rebel. You reject it. Right? See? You say, okay, they beat you and everything else. Okay, master. But still in your mind, they have to, remember, they have to force you. They have to force you to do it because why they have to force us? Because our brain was rejecting the stuff that was given us. That's why they had to beat us and force us during the Holocaust. They inflict us and beat us. They didn't have to do it anymore. So what happened? See? Because your brain was rejecting it. So they had to force you to, and you had to force you to act this way, act that way because your brain was rejecting it because what they was telling you wasn't conform to reality. So your brain said, well, something's wrong here. So that was resistance. So he said, well, we got to do something, got to go deeper in this. We got to train the brain to not reject this. How you do that? Once over time, well, because after a while you just give up and say, okay, whatever, you don't try to get beat, so you just relent. That starts the process. But put it like this, say a person that lies all the time. Well, what they're doing is they're lying all the time, so they're saying reality is not really out there. But to do that, they got to distort their brain to do that. Because they know the truth. They know that 2 plus 2 is equal 4, but they got to say it's 22. So they train their brain. They don't realize it. They train their brain to think that 2 plus 2 is 22. After a while, the brain gets corrupted. and start believing that, because even though it's not the truth, they're telling their brain that's the way it works. So they reorganize their brain, they restructure their brain. So after a while, for them, true, right? And so that means, right? Now they're world reality, because they're on master side now. So they're fighting reality now, because reality doesn't conform with what they're saying, but there's nothing wrong with them. There's something wrong with reality. So they're not resisting the devil anymore. They're resisting. They're wrong with the devil now. They're fighting reality. That's what the devil's doing. You know what I'm saying? So now you're in submission now. Because that's where religion comes in. Where they tell you, okay, everything back. Oh, if somebody beats you, forgive them. That means you're going to require more beating. You're going to open the door for more beating. Love your enemies. That's sealed Bible stuff. That's not the unsealed Bible. Unsealed Bible tells you the doing them double is done to you. So how in the hell the two are two different things? They're two different things, because one is sealed and one is unsealed. Unsealed tell you revenge. The sealed one says, no, love them. And that's the book they was given. Distort our brains. Distort our brains. So therefore, we don't reject it anymore. So we're in submission now. They tell us bullshit, and we go along with it. Because our brain has been transformed to believe that 2 plus 2 is 22. And anybody don't agree with that, then we attack. Why would they attack Elijah when he said absolute truth? He said attacking themselves. When they was attacking Elijah, they was attacking themselves. When they attacking the message, they attacking themselves. Why was the man beating himself? You see what I'm saying? Because his brain, right, was transformed, because your brain is designed to help you, to preserve you, to protect you. But now it turned against you. That means somebody reorganized your brain. Not your mind, your brain. Because when you had your mind just reorganized, you resistant to that stuff. So they had to beat it into you. You know the whole thing about Toby? They had to beat his name into him. They had to beat him to say that name. So now you're not resisting anymore, because your brain's been, and that's what I say, our people lost for lack of knowledge, part of it, because their brain is so corrupt, they can't be preserved. That's why it says, Master, come, healing his wings, healing. And Fuller's soap, because he has two problems. He got to get your mind back, but he's also got to repair your brain. That's what the angel does. See, because the point, that's why you can't understand the angel, because you think 2 plus 2 is 22. So you think it don't make no sense what the angel's saying. Because the angel didn't say that. But that's what you're thinking. So you see it, it don't make sense to you. And you got to keep on going until it does make sense. That means now you're starting the healing process of your brain. We keep on until your brain finally recognizes that 2 plus 2 is 4. And then all of a sudden, the angel starts opening up to you. You understand that, brothers and sisters? Is that too deep for you? The angel is to heal your brain. Start thinking properly again. But your brain has been compromised. That's why the man was beating himself. Your brain's not designed to turn against you. Your heart's not designed to turn against you. But so why is your brain have you beat yourself up? Remember, your mind is not calculating, your brain is. So are you beating yourself up because of your brain or because your mind? Because your brain makes a calculation. Your brain is the one that moves your body, not your mind. So the man was howling and all that kind of stuff, right? That's brain action. And that's a twofold process. You gotta heal you. That's why I say come a healing is weak. You gotta heal your brain so it will think properly. And then get the proper mind to feed it proper information. Because right now, you can get your brain healed and still have a bad mind. You resist it, but you still have a bad mind. You have bad information. You're going to make bad decisions. Even though your brain is healed. So what did Elijah do? Was he work on the mind? Was he work on the brain? Was he working on both? You see? No, he was working on the mind. He didn't want to work on the brain. Because the angel is the healing for the brain. Because you got to think, your brain has to be healed to understand it. Because you're still thinking 2 plus 2 is 22. You don't realize that you think it. That's why you look at that, it's confusing to you. Because it don't add up. Because the way you turn the adds all backwards, and the angel's right, and you look at it and you see it wrong. You see everything that's wrong because it don't conform to your misdirected, corrupt brain. That's why people lie all the time. They corrupt their brain, don't realize it. After a while, they start, because they keep telling themselves the reality is not. They get creating this false reality. After a while, they start seeing things like, shoot, look at what America's doing right now. They're doing stuff that makes no sense to me. It's starting to make sense to other people too. But it makes a lot of sense to them. Because their nature, right? They already got wicked nature, but then their brain is, they lie and everything so much, they corrupt their brain. So what they're doing makes sense to them. And nobody's going to heal them. Nobody wants to. That's why I said the Son of Man would have it in derision. So they give them delusions. What's delusion? How you deluded? That means you seeing things that's not there. How can you see something that's not there? Unless the brain's telling you something that is there. You know, your people, they walking and they see they see stuff that's not there. No, it's not there. Well, it's in their brain, it's there because their brain's corrupt. They call it insanity. But this whole world is going insane. If you look what's going on, everybody's insane. Unless you're part of it, then you right along with it. Me-Farracon, all them, they right along with all this bullshit. Right now they're in desperation trying to fight against because they're in trouble. They're bleeding followers. They have very little left. They can't keep the mosque occupied. Let me move on, brothers and sisters. But I understand this. It's a twofold process here. And if you keep on lying, you keep on, like they said stuff he said today, the stuff he said today was all sealed Bible stuff. And it was nothing that made any sense. It made sense to him, but he said it. But if your brain is healed, you see, everything he said was bullshit. That's why I said, man, she worried about me. Because I said everything he said was bullshit. Everything. None of it made any sense. I can go over and over and over again and say if it's up. I said, no, man, I'll give me brain cancer. Repeating that stuff is better. I got to listen to it. But that made total sense to them. That's not a mind thing. That's a corrupt brain thing. See? So that makes total sense to most of what they were saying. So the brain's configured to say 2 plus 2 is 22. Me-Farracon predict a goddamn thing. Where's Armageddon at? You see Armageddon? He predicted 3 years ago. Who are brothers and sisters? I don't know if you understand or not. Wow. And the angel is what heals your brain. Because it makes you start thinking properly. And then then you read it. It's like reading, like to me, it's like reading a regular any book. It's not complicated. It was initially. I just read it. Like I read a regular book or something. It's not complicated to me anymore. See? Because I started healing process 35 years ago, and keep on. The more you do it, the more healing your brain gets back totally healed again. And your brain has to be healed to get to the hereafter. You can't go with a corrupt brain. But you get everything to you be wrong. So you'll be a cancer to the body. I tell people that. That's why people, like, I don't want any followers. I don't have time for that. Because they get in there and they see things, and to them it seems right. And I keep pointing out, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong, but they don't see it wrong. Because their brain is still corrupt. And that's the way they see that seems right to them. And I don't have time to keep correcting all the time. It seems right to them. That's why they do it. I mean, is that complicated? If they thought it was wrong, they wouldn't do it, would they? Unless they're enemy. So they keep doing it. That means it seems right to them. But it's wrong. If they don't see it wrong, somebody had to tell them it's wrong. You get it? If somebody got to tell you it's wrong, that means something wrong with this here, because you should be able to, you got to calculate how come you couldn't see what's wrong. I'm not going to have time to keep telling you, no, you got to show you the process, start healing your brain. Then you see it's wrong. Don't keep kind of telling you it's wrong. That's like a push my bill again. But you do keep doing it because you think it's right. You don't see it's wrong because your brain's still corrupt. They corrupt all our brains. Okay? And so therefore, that's why they don't see there's nothing wrong with Me-Farracon. The shit he's saying is totally shit. And most of you don't see it because your brain's corrupt, so you can say it's stubborn. You say 2 + 2 is 22? Yeah, man. Yeah. Because your brain's just corrupt as his. Because if you just read Exodus, add, subtract, you see, he's totally wrong. It doesn't add up. But why don't you read Exodus? See? Because if you read Exodus, something wrong with Exodus. Oh, yeah. When you read Exodus, the reason why you don't read it, if you read it all, you still come up with Me-Farracon because something's wrong with Exodus. Because again, you're corrupt here. So you're going to force Exodus to say 2 + 2 is 22. If you say that, don't say 23, you say, oh, it says, I can't be no Joshua. You got to be the one. Right? And it doesn't make any sense because it's telling you clearly Aaron is no damn good. So Me-Farracon tells you Aaron, right? He can come and tell you, yeah, 2 + 3 is 23. So yeah, right. Because you fill up your calculator here, and you got this saying yeah. So he can tell you that and you believe it. Because there's no way in the world, if this was right, that you could be, that's why I said the elect, their brains wasn't corrupted. They were left out of here. They see it clearly. But the Levites, their brains still corrupted. So they had a last chance to go through tribulation to get that damn brain correct. Why I say damn brain, it's the damn brain, it's damn right now. It's damn till it gets healed. And those sitting around waiting, you're going to have to get it. So you had 35 years to do it. You didn't do it. So now you got to do it in 5 months. Ooh. That's why it's unprecedented. Body wise, unprecedented. Because you almost got to do a miracle. You got to wash your robes in the blood of the Lamb. You understand, Angel? What was the blood of the Lamb in? Wasn't it with a brain up top? Number one, brothers and sisters. See here? This gets some of it right here. You can read at your own leisure, right? But look at 22. He also that received the message of covenant, spreading the word, right? He also received a seed among the thorns in the, well, it said, okay, let me read the previous part. When anyone hears the word of the kingdom, it means the word of the kingdom is the angel. It tells you that's the book. They keep talking about, they even said that today. That's the book, that's the final book. Then why you keep talking about the Quran then? When anyone hears the word of the kingdom and understands it not, then comes the wicked one and casts it away, right? They don't understand it. Why don't understand it? But it's saying 2 + 2 is 4. They don't understand that. They think 2 + 2 is 22. right? Think about it. Then there comes the wicked one, that's Farrakhan, and receives the wicked one and casts away that which was sown in his heart. So he was told it, but didn't add up to him. We were told 2 plus 2 is 4. Hey, man, 2 plus 2 is 22. That's what that was taught us. Remember, that's what Christianity is for. I forgot to mention that. That feels it. Because it tells you, instead of hell, instead of going to hell and all that stuff, right? That you got to believe stuff that don't make any damn sense. That's another way they beat into you. They do it psychologically with Christianity. Christianity is built for that purpose, to get you to think incorrectly. Oh, love people that hate you. Love people that hate you. God don't love people that hate him. He's going to kill people that hate him. They tell you love people that hate you. So you love people that hate you, then why would anybody love you? Why waste time loving you? If you hate them, the more they hate you, the more they afflict you, the more you should love them. So hell, man, I always just beat your ass all the time. You're gonna just beat the shit out of you. And the more I beat you, I want you to be my friend, beat your ass. That's what it tells you. I want to make friends, just beat your ass. And the more I beat you, the more you're gonna love me. Makes no sense. But see, if you break down what they tell about Christianity, it makes no sense at all. They tell you guys accept that. If you want to go to heaven, you want Jesus. They teach you as a child. They start corrupting your brain with that, and so you start making bad decisions. You be fish pumped with people that rape you and beat you for 40 years, destroyed you, hate you, piss in your mouth, shit on you, and you want to marry them and everything else. You're doing stuff that makes no damn sense. This is not mine. This is they corrupt your brain. That's what Christianity does. It gets right into the brain, corrupt it. See? You want to get to heaven, you got to serve Master. If you're a disobeyed Master, right? And when the Master kicking your ass, tormenting you and everything else, he's telling you, you better obey him or you're going to hell and get tormented some more. If you get to heaven, you still got to be Master's nigga. You got to have Master's name. All the bad things done to you, you got to be more like them. Look at our people. They're identical to their oppressors. Why would you want to do that? Why would you want to be identical to your oppressor? Why would you want to handle it's like I say, a woman, she's married to this guy, she got his name, she got his children, she's getting beat all the time, and she loves him. You said, there's something wrong with her. Ain't that us? Ain't that us? How do you think it like that? That has nothing to do with data. That's the calculation. They give you bad data. That's a calculation there. Love your enemies. Why? That's not what the unsealed Bible tell you. It says, doing them as it's done, you take vengeance on them. Judge them. It's two different things. So why is it two different things there? One designed to destroy you. That was given to Adam. So once you got that, you don't have to beat you anymore. You ain't got to crucify you anymore. But now, hey, man, you fish bumping, you married, you want to go on a job. Hey, boys, can I have a job? Can I get promotion, Judge? Can I live over here next to you? Right? Hey, my name is Jimmy Knickerbobbum. See, and I love Jesus. See, so now you're not resisting no more because it's not a mind thing, it's a brain thing. You got in here, destroyed it. Your decisions, your slave don't even know it. That's one of the most beautiful things about men. This capitalism thing. Because they got a slave, if they get you to the point where you don't even know that, that's the point they want you. Because now they ain't got to beat your ass, because it takes money to beat you or force you to work. But now you do it willingly. I got me a job. I'm working at Walmart, man. I'm working at Burger King. I just got me a job at Popeyes. And you're happy. I got my little apartment over here. I got my little car. You're happy. He's a happy slave. That's the best slave there is. So now I ain't got to spend money time beating his ass and watching him. Yeah, boys, can I go in the army and help fight? I was one of them dumb niggas that did that myself. I ain't know any better. I did fight. Once I realized I got the hell out of there. Yeah, once I realized, understood what was going on, I got the hell out of that military. See? So now you're going to fight to protect the person that's oppressing you, to protect the system that's oppressing you. They got to your brain. It's not the mind, it's the brain. Because you calculate that decision you make because they destroyed it. And that's what Farrakhan, that's why remember, they use Elijah as a bait. Because you're the ones they got to get to. They got to get to Elijah's people because they're the last ones that minds wasn't too corrupt. I mean, their brains weren't totally corrupt because Elijah was healing their brains a little bit. Tell them to do for self. Tell them what the enemy was. He started the process, but remember, he prepared the way for the Son of Man. The message of the covenant. So Farrakhan come and snuffed it out. Make sure your brain stays totally corrupted. That you still think 2 + 2 is 22. So you're happy now. Oh, I got me a job, man. I'm going to retire, man. Right? I got me a job at Popeyes. I go to church every Sunday. I love Jesus. My name is Nancy Browntree. They totally made us into, so now we're willing, happy slaves. So now they ain't got to worry about eating you for spend time watching you and everything else. Move on, brothers and sisters. And so, well, let me finish this. But he that receives a seed by the way, this is he who sees by the wayside. In other words, they didn't understand it. They stay 22 + 2 is 22. So it didn't make it, this word didn't make sense to them. So they rejected it. But he that received it will see into, but he that received the seed into stony places, the same as he that hears the word and none with joy receives it. So he receives the word, he gets joy from it, yet he has no root in himself. But he do it for a while, he'll do it for a while. Then tribulation, persecution arise according to the word by him, and he is offended. So this is a person, see, he gets it, he understands it. His mind's okay. His problem is mind. Other person's problem is the brain. He can give us it all. This person can see it. See? But he got a bad mind. See? So a little bit of pressure, and he runs away from it. Now looks at the other person. He also receives this, and he becomes offended. See? Because his mind, he doesn't understand the resistance is growth. See? Got a bad mind. The facts are wrong. See? Not the calculation, because he sees the word, he recognizes it. And then this other person, he also received a seed amongst the thorns. Be that heareth, he also that receives seed amongst the thorns is he that heareth the word and the care of he hears the word, so he gets it. But cares the word, deceitfulness of his riches, choke this word, he becomes unfruitful. In other words, he sees it, right? And it doesn't say he has a bad mind there, right? But the point is, he loved this world's life. See, it says, he hears the word and the careless world and deceitfulness of riches choke the word because he doesn't act on it. That's what it's saying. He don't act on it. So you hear it. So his brain is okay. Well, he's good enough to hear it. He got his mind, right? He don't act on it. Okay? We got it, Gary's bones. Let's move on. Here. These things by definition. If you go, you can't. I can't buy $5,000 to prove me wrong. Who we work for here? Who controls where we live at, where we work, how much we work, where we can pay everything? They control energy. We work for them. We do what they want us to do. We obey their laws. America control our energy. We don't control it. This is not our nation. We don't know our laws. They control energy. Energy, our movement, everything else. Right? Okay, identity. Well, so they got identity. They say they are. They're the true Abraham. Let's jump over Farrakhan for a minute. And who got our land? The Arabs, they got our land. It's our land. They didn't want to betray us into slavery. The economy. Remember I said all the jobs and everything to China? And intellectual jobs to get in India? So they got control of the economy. They got control of all that. So the only thing would be left would be our vision. You think they leave that alone? Remember, this all they're working together. They all have all aspects. It all belongs to us. Stuff that belongs to us. You say no. Maker, owner, cream of the planet Earth, God, universe. What do you understand about that? Maker, owner, cream of the planet Earth, God, universe. Maker, owner of the earth, owner of the earth. We made it, own it. That means all of the earth belongs to us. This says everything above the what's the fullness thereof. How did I say it? The earth belongs to God, the heavens, the earth, and I forget how to say it. Fullness thereof. We to God. It tells you right there. It all belongs to us. But they got it. So what's left? The vision. The vision on getting it back. The vision is getting it back. The vision of who we are. That's the vision. Because without the vision, you won't take it back, will you? If you don't know you're the God, if you don't know the house belongs to you, you're going to try to take it back, will you? Once you realize it's yours, then you're going to try to take it back. Somebody take your children, you don't realize they're your children, you ain't going to try to take them back. Once you realize, you're going to try to take it back. So that's somebody to take that vision from you, that knowledge from you, to who you are. Once you know who you are, you say, hey, we want to control our own energy. We want our own nation. We want our own identity back. We want to choose Abraham. We want our land back. We want our economy back. But if you don't have that vision, you don't realize that's yours. Well, Farrakhan comes in because he tell you it ain't yours. We ain't going nowhere. We want to stay here. Stay here. False Israel ain't so bad. They synagogues, everything. It's not want someone bad. We ain't going nowhere. The land belongs to rare. He said just the opposite. He took a vision away. He claims he's totally against Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad said we fools to stay in the land by imprisonment. Elijah said this stuff belongs to us. He says no, it don't. He said America belongs to us. You see what I'm saying? So they got every aspect of it, they got covered. So how do you get it back? Are they going to give it back to you? No. No, give it back to you. Well, some brothers and sisters. If somebody's trying to contact me. Okay, brothers and sisters, this situation here. See here, if your brain was healed, I wouldn't have to say these things to you because it would automatically just make sense. But see, I gotta keep saying these things because you don't see it. So I gotta tell you. That means there's resistance there. That means you don't understand it, and you might not agree with it. You know, I'm pushing the car. The car might want to go in another direction. As long as I'm pushing it, I'm going to the direction I'm pushing it. When I stop pushing it, so I'm pushing uphill. You don't keep going uphill as long as I push. When I go, it's roll back downhill again. You see? Because it's not moving on its own. So if they tell you this, that means your brain is still corrupt. Right? So you're probably not getting it. There's resistance there. You're probably not getting it. And if you get some of it, you're not going to follow through. You're not going to act on it. Because still 2 plus 2 is still 22 to you. Because it's simple. This is so simple here. That's belong to us. If you believe what Master Muhammad said, because I show you they don't believe in it. Because he said, make a owner, cream planet earth, God universe. That means the whole earth belongs to us. I've got it. They say the earth belongs to us and the fullness thereof. That's another way of saying it. We the gods, right? So if you say that, and they got it all, and now it belongs to us, that means we got to take it back. You're going to say, you're going to let people just take what you have? In other words, you're going to stay in captivity. You're going to stay ignorant. Right? You're going to stay landless. You're going to stay economically poor. You're going to stay in slavery in America. You're going to stay in that condition? You lack that condition? Or you want to take control? You want to be the God? You want to say you want to be a slave? Or you want to be the God? Because that's what it says. Because right now we're the slave. We're a slave of all of that. But it says it belongs to us. So you satisfied being a slave? You reduce a slave, so you're satisfied? You've been butt broke, so now you're happy with it? Like they guys go to jail, right? He's tough, right? They bend him over, all of a sudden, hey, I'm Sally. I thought you were Sally. No, I'm Sally now. You see? What is it? But if you say, okay, they're not going to give it back to you. They're going to fight you in every kind of way they think, and they're going to resist. 100%. That means war. Only way you're going to get back is war. A global war. Unprecedented war. That means first you got to come together as a exceedingly great army to fight it. You got to get your mind back so you first you got to get your mind back so you realize there's a war. But right now you don't realize the war because they took your mind and your brain. So you don't even realize the war. You haven't been a slave. Oh, I got me a job at Popeyes. You know, I'm at Walmart, man. I'm at Walmart now, man. I bought from that Popeyes. Because you got your, so you're happy. That's where they want you. But now you get your mind back. People said in the dark, see the great light. Now that you got your mind back and you got your brain healing. Uh-oh. I ain't gonna be no goddamn slave no more. That's mine. They ain't gonna want that, are they? They're doing everything to keep you haven't been a slave. That means you know resistance to this. But right now, there's no resistance to this. You started showing resistance back in the 60s. Remember I told you about how things changed in 75, in the 70s? You started showing resistance because Elijah Muhammad started showing resistance, and all of a sudden, they shut all that shit down, shut everything down. The family, everything. We got to divide the family. Stuff out. You don't know anybody. Your children don't listen to you no more. You hardly know any relatives. Everybody's separated all over the place. It's totally different. But they got to break your will and destroy your mind, keep your brain in captivity. They say, hey, these people are rising. So they can all these programs to keep you down. Any leaders sick, that's had to get rid of Elijah Muhammad. They put Farrakhan there to make sure you stay there in that situation. But now it's message of covenant come, and that light's coming on. Oh, I got a problem. The world's in trouble now. Why is the world in trouble? Because the whole world wants to keep what they got. The only way to keep what they got is they have to keep you down. If they have to kill you, then they'll do it. But we got to go out and see Master Muhammad. Make sure that don't happen. But he's not going to take it. If he sees that you don't want to wake up, then he's going to let you die. So the point is to get that back, war, global war, unprecedented war. I mean, you got to come together. You got to unite. You got to come together, see the great army. You got to start one by one. First, you got to get our energy back. That's seeing the great army. You got identity back. Now you got your vision. You got to get our nation back. Me-Farracon. Well, step by step. Then we're going to get our land. Then we get our economy. Step by step. That's the way. That's what the angel's telling you. It's right there. See the great army. That means they don't control our energy anymore. Things are going down. They don't control their identity anymore. Now everybody knows that we just choose Abraham. I think I said that wrong about vision. So maybe talking too fast. And then we got our vision back. Oh, who we really are. And all this belongs to us. Me-Farracon said, no, get rid of him. That's what it said. First, you got to see the great army while the wars take place, right? Then false Israel goes down. And right behind them goes Me-Farracon. Then we take Nation of Islam back. And then we go take our land. Then finally we have the world economy. There it is right here, brothers and sisters. That's easy to see. But you don't see it because your brain is still, it ain't the mind thing, it's a brain thing. That should have been simple to see. If you see it, then you know you got to prepare for war. See, because if you saw that, you'd been preparing for war, but you wasn't preparing for war, were you? Were you preparing for it? No, because you didn't see this. You're preparing, hey, give me a better job, give me a better house. See? Because you still have the devil's mind and the devil's brain. But now so much to know. But Me-Farracon wouldn't tell you prepare for war. Oh man, we're gonna stay here. We're gonna make America a better place. We're gonna redeem, you know, all this bullshit. Man for us. But if you understand this, you know, no. War. Global war. Otherwise, forget about being a maker, owner, creator, planner of the God universe. You as ham, slaves be doomed forever. That's what the Bible tells you. The angel tells you, you're the gods. You're going to bring a new kingdom. Last forever. Make all things new. You know what's about all things new? Now, anybody been paying attention? I've been talking about this for weeks. Come on, spring, coming, winter, all things new. All of a sudden, the last 2 weeks, right? All things new. Tell them over there. Because they were trying to do is say, no, this is Me-Farracon. Me-Farracon was saying this stuff. He's stealing from Me-Farracon. That's the point they're making over there. They're saying, I'm stealing this stuff from Me-Farracon. That's the point they do. I know what they're doing. I know about a lot of stuff they don't think I know about. That's the point they make. He's stealing this from Me-Farracon. Because if you notice and look up there, they're trying to say stuff I've been saying, but they're trying to say Me-Farracon was saying it. Ain't gonna work, but ain't for trying. Once you understand it, then all of a sudden you got a whole different attitude. So you say, okay, you say, okay, I want to be a slave. I'm going to stay a slave here. I want to be a God. God, now you got to go to war. You got to unite your people. If you're a Levite out there, you want to wake your people up. You don't wake them up by getting a fucked up mind and a fucked up brain, do you? Saying stuff that ain't right. Then you want to take and say, okay, man got a sore, right? Instead of passing it up, put some alcohol on it, right? You out there sticking a knife in it. How's it helping? We're throwing some dirt on it. The angel is to heal their brain, and you got to give me some water, man, so I can wash this shit off me. And you bring some dirty water. What the hell I need that for? I want clean water. If you're gonna bring dirty water, what do I need it for? Oh, it's just a little bit dirty. Really? Okay, you drink it then. You can't get the people to understand that. You got to be right. The angel tells you, you got to be right. The words got to be right like 100%, not 99.9%. You be out there doing that. First, get it right in your mind. But see, that's the problem. How can you get it right here? When your brain is still thinking 2 plus 2 is 22. Why your brain is still thinking 2 plus 2 is 22? Because you ain't out there trying to clean your brain up. Because you still think 2 plus 2 is 22. So you're saying stuff makes no damn sense. And somebody point out to you, and you change it because they say it's wrong, but you don't see it wrong. If you saw it wrong, you wouldn't put it out there to begin with. So nothing's changed. It's just that but you keep doing the same thing over and over again. Nothing changed. It's just somebody pushed back on it. So you say, okay, you try to do it another way. Mr. Farracon, he said, God told me to shut up. But yet he says, remember they said that he's the voice of God. The voice of God. They said, God told me to shut up. So man, it's so much bullshit, boy. That means if he's the voice of God, which he's not, he's the voice of Satan, maybe. Yeah, he's the voice of that. He's the voice of God. Right? That means Ishmael is his spokesman. That means he's shut up too, right? You're ventriloquist, you got a dummy. You tell the ventriloquist shut up, that dummy should stop talking too, right? It's all bullshit. Oh, brothers and sisters. I've got a little issue here. Oh, there you go. Oh, well. You get the point. It's not working like I had it work. Okay. Now, I talked about this yesterday. Let me talk about it a little bit right now. I'm going into a lot of detail here. I explained yesterday, tells you that God, he's not, Master Muhammad does have a plane. Right? He didn't come here with a plane. He came here, words, lessons. All message prophets come with words. Scripture, the word. They don't come with planes, they don't come with trains, they don't come with guns, they don't come with knives. Master Muhammad didn't have them, he couldn't read or write. That Muhammad just came with the word. Isa, even what you call Jesus, just came. And they just take down nations. Because you understand the atmosphere is where the power is. And words control the atmosphere, music control the atmosphere. Weather is atmosphere, all that's atmosphere. And weather is more powerful than any time bomb they got. You can get a tornado that was going to be more powerful than any time bomb they have. And we control, let's tell you, we control that, but we just don't understand it yet. So the most powerful weapon you have is this, your mouth. So let's read a couple of things. I explained yesterday, look at what I said yesterday, I gave more detail, but I'm just explaining a couple of things here. And then shall the wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with spirit of his mouth and destroy the brightness of his coming. So in other words, he going to, with his mouth, talking about the son of perdition, that's Farracon. He's going to consume with spirits with truth. Because truth is the light. Because right now, everybody's in dark because they don't know who the dragon, they don't know what the Bible says, they don't know what how the universe works, they don't know why we're going through what we're going through, they don't know who the enemies are. That's the darkness. Our people don't know that. Ask them. Ask them, oh, I believe in Jesus. And that's all they can tell you. That's who Jesus is. And they only know that because there's no such thing as Jesus. It said Jesus, but I'm not going to get to that today. They couldn't tell you. Who's Joshua? They couldn't tell you. Who's Aaron? They couldn't tell you. They couldn't tell you who the dragon is. They couldn't tell you. They couldn't tell you basic mathematical stuff. See, they can't tell you these things. That means they're in darkness. Ignorance is a form of darkness. But ignorance is darkness. Right? I'm ignorant about a lot of things. I mean, I know the science of a car, but I couldn't build one. I'm not technical. You see what I'm saying? So the thing is that you understand this is it. So if the world's in dark, you turn on light, your light go overpower the darkness, right? Or that person can see. So that's what his weapon would be. See? Even him who's working with all power and signs and lying wonders, right? To Me-Farracon, he represents Satan. And with all deceitful unrighteousness that perish because they received not love truth. That means they didn't want the truth, they didn't want the light, they resist the light. They gave more darkness. And for this cause, God sent them strong delusion, greater darkness. And that's Farrakhan, greater darkness, Scientology, all that kind of stuff. Because if you ask yourself one question, they talking that crap, they right? Or this, did you hear them give a solution? That's like telling Noah, no, it's going to be a flood, man. It's going to be a flood. It's going to cover earth. Okay, what's the solution? In the silence. Which tell me that's what I'm going to do. I mean, his son had it right. Well, I guess I run to a high mountain. No, it's going to cover the mountains too. What do I do? What's the point of telling me that? To threaten me? If you ain't going to tell me what to do. So God told me, okay, you need to find an ark and you need to do it this particular way. You put animals on it because you're just going, then you're going to starve to death when the ark is over because there ain't going to be no animals to eat. That gets to another thing I'm going to talk about another time, bro, eating animals. Anyway, move on. So the fact they give you a solution, what to do, other than just bring Farrakhan, who's in a wheelchair, pissing shit in the bag, can't wipe his own ass. What's the solution? Because they don't have one. It's all bullshit. They're just trying to keep you from listening to me. That's all about. They know nothing. They can't answer any questions. So he said, Farrakhan, God told him to be quiet. Okay, well, remember, this is Son of Man going after Son of Perdition, right? With his mouth. Let's move on. Let's look at this one. Repent, therefore, if not, I'm coming you quickly, shall war with them in the long sword of the mouth of me. That's Son of Man. See, he gonna war with you with his mouth. Truth. Not with atomic bombs, not with missiles, with truth. Okay? He said, look at the next one. And out of the nation, out of the mouth of him going out long sword sharp, in order that he will smite the nations with the truth, his mouth. And also the wild beasts of King Earth and armies of them have been led together to make war with the setting upon the horse and with the arm of him. That means all the nations are going to be after us, who will be represented by Master Muhammad in a sense. And the leftover were killed off in a long sword of setting upon the horse to the having gone forth out of the mouth of him. So he slayed the rest of the enemies. Truth. Not with bombs, not with knives, not with swords. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, brothers and sisters. Okay, this is a repeat, right? I do not, okay. Repent, therefore, if not, I'm coming quickly, and I shall war with them in the mouth of a sword. Is that the last one? Let me see. Okay. So if that's the weapon we have, and that's the weapon by what we control the weather, that's no straw together, because let's say we control the weather. Weather's the atmosphere too. We control the atmosphere. Music is controlling the atmosphere, isn't it? Sound waves is controlling the atmosphere, isn't it? Isn't it? Weather, the atmosphere again, that's manipulating the atmosphere. And we control all of that. We still don't know it yet. Remember, we control the music. Didn't know we control the music to 89. Our first music you were of, it's called blues, was 1860s. So we start controlling the music, that aspect of the atmosphere. Then it went from there 50 years later to jazz. Then we did to rock. And now we're on the 50-year mark, we get more control of it. Have more control of music. That's the atmosphere. You see? And right now, you see the world is changing. Why is the world in trouble right now? Remember the whole world. You never seen anything. I mean, America, there was a war with Iraq. Now the whole world is in uproar. The whole world. The whole world is. And why? Because something going on in America is the center of it. The world is in uproar because what's happening in America. That means there's a force that's causing the world to be up in uproar. Every reaction is an opposite reaction. So the world's reaction to something that's negative. Because it's not positive to Earth. That's why I'm talking about a war coming. So something is up against the world upset. The whole world is negative. And it's coming from America. America's the one in the center of it. But America's also upset. They're trouble in America. That means where that force is, it's in America, but it's also affecting America. That means it's in the center of America. The eye of the storm is here. That means it's a force that's contrary to the whole world. That's against the whole world. And the whole world's reacting to it. They can't see it, but you can see reaction. You understand? All of these control everything. That's the Injil. Injil's court said when you read this 12, read the seven seals, those things that happen to you, every time you broke a seal, one of those things happen. That means it's telling you that the Injil, that light, because it's exposing everybody. That's the light that's got the world uproar. That's spring coming in. The summer spring coming in. When I say summer spring, I mean the spring summer is coming in. Looks back wrong, yeah. The spring sun, damn. Be 77 a couple of days ago, says so. I ain't making an excuse, but forgive me. 77 a couple of days, and I don't like it. Try 77. It's a lot of wild work. Both says I'm at the gym 5-6 hours a day. Right? Fasting. I'm gonna fast all next week. I gotta do all slots. I gotta do all that to keep. I have to keep because we're at war. And says I gotta lead it. And damn, I ain't excited about that. I ain't asked for it. Anybody can step up and handle it because you can have it. He do it all by himself. Anyway, this summer, there you go again. The spring sun is coming in. That's the Injil, great light. And on the darkness is resisting it. I mean, if you understood pressure and these things, you could see that right there. Because you say, well, if the world is acting like this, what's causing it? It has to be an act. This causes reaction. And then you see, well, everybody's reacting to America. America's at the center of it. So, okay, well, America's driving it. But then you see, America is in trouble too. So it means it's something driving America. And America's driving, so it means there's a force in here that's against America too and the rest of the world. Just told you. So we got to go to war, rising, and we're at war with everyone. And the first thing we have to do is we have to come together as see the great army. All right? It's a mental war. And move on, brothers and sisters. I'm touching this a little bit. Here. Mine shows up. Now we've got to take down. I said, they got an identity. They got our vision. I mean, identity is part of our vision. So you got to be careful with that because Me-Farracon got part of the vision too. See? In other words, put it this way. Me-Farracon has got our vision because he's telling, he's saying we ain't going nowhere and everything else, right? So we have vision. This is a fake vision here. It's up there saying, okay, that's the vision. Okay, put it another way. When they go down, remember they false vision, they say they're true Abraham. They go down, okay? That image is gone. That doesn't mean our vision is restored. But we still have to recognize that they're going down is because they would pretend to be us. So once we realize that, then we had to be told that. Then we're like, oh, now we got our vision back. You understand? You understand the difference? Okay? Because they have false vision, but you have to recognize that. But we don't think they have anything to do with us. So once the connection made between us and them, then you recognize, oh, Farrakhan has control of that. But they got an identity. So we have to destroy the identity, then we get the vision back. So anyway, here's it. Right? He can ready to take down this false identity. So he's here. The reason why he's here because he's the one that's got to take down Farrakhan. After he does this, take this down, he's the one that got to take down Farrakhan, right, to get our vision back. So I'm presenting this way. There you go. Now, false vision. Now, the false idea is gone. Now, take it down and restore the vision. That we're true to Abraham and we're going home. And the message of the covenant. But he got to go. So first, false Israel. That's what's going to happen over there right now. That's what's about to happen right now when the war resumes. When the war resumes, that's when the end of false Israel. And God, war broke out in heaven. He tried to find who heaven was today. That dumbass, he's so stupid. Heaven is a place. Nothing but beauty and love and everything else. Why it says in Scripture, war broke out in heaven. That was like beauty and love to me. Stupid. Anyway, I got to take him out. Then, see the great army. Once we got vision come back, now we can see the great army. Okay? But they're attacking us. We got vision back. Then we get energy back. See, we're under control. Hodge said we're under control ourselves. It says, see, we're a nation now. That's what I say. We're a nation born today. Once we're a nation, it means we have control ourselves now. We're a nation born today. Same time we're born, what's the reaction? What's the reaction? Their destruction. Babylon's destruction the same day. Remember, if we're born today, what's the reaction to that? It tells you Babylon be destroyed in a day. So our reaction, our born, our nation, birth is their nation destruction. And the nature of it is doing them doubles done. That's the consequence. You see the connection? Doing double is done to you. So in other words, one's born, one dies, and the result of what? The consequence. Do double is done to you. I don't know if this makes sense to you or not, brothers and sisters. Then now we go home and take our land back. Got nation back, got vision back. Identity back. Now we go back our land back. Now we're at war. Okay? So he's in war. He got war suit on now. And then we take our economy back. They're going to attack us, try to take the oil and everything else. We have control of it. That's the leopard. That's in Hades. Okay? And then finally, that's our twin brother. But he says his older brother, he shouldn't inherit the earth. He said, no, you sold that. You sold your inheritance out to us. It's the final battle. We'll get there, brothers and sisters. We got a while before we get there. He takes them out. See, we defeat them as far as kicking them out of the Middle East. They're in Hades and China, India. But we don't destroy them. When they can't take in the Middle East back from us, they're going to go to South Africa. See, what you call Africa right now is really South Africa. Because Arabia is really North Africa. It's one continent, but they say it's different, but it's not. So we're going to be in North Africa with Arabia. South Africa is what you call Africa. So when they can't, when the leopard Remember, their economy is based on that oil. When they can't take us out, get the control of that, because their economy is going to collapse. If they lose control of that oil, their whole economies will collapse. Right? So, and we kick them out. They can't defeat. We defeat them. It said they make war with the Lamb, and the Lamb overcome them. That's their horse. So then they go in Africa, South Africa, and try to take it from them, off them, and that's when they run into Mr. Lucifer here, which you call Obama. He's going to destroy them. Then he will defeat them. They'll be destroyed. Because Africa will be in two divisions. There won't be all these countries. There'll be two countries. Islamic Africa and non-Islamic Africa. Islamic Africa is going to ally with us. Non-Islamic Africa is going to be under his control. Non-Islamic Africa. Right? And then the battle between us and them. I've been talking about this for 35 years, brothers and sisters. Then we defeat them in that everlasting peace. One, brothers and sisters. The vultures, these house niggas, so live off them niggas now. Live in the field niggas, y'all ain't living off us. That's the preachers and stuff. House niggas, they say, hey, they whatever. They ain't produce anything, they live off us with their bullshit. It's a two paths. In the 70s, the two paths was clear. We still thought it was all black. We didn't realize that we was two different people. They're demons and we're the saints over here. Then pass. So here. We're past the Me-Farracon on. Ain't past the Martin Luther King's on. So let's examine that. See if that's correct.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Waterfordine and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
Is that clear enough for you, brothers and sisters? That's not Allah's will. That's not Elijah Muhammad's teachings. He's for America. He's for the devil. You don't see nothing happen to them because he's one of them. He loves them. I want to stay here. That's what he's saying. That's totally against Elijah Muhammad's teachings. I was there with Elijah from 775, totally against it. Show me a message, black man. I'll say it's right for me. Show me any place that that's what he just says. Totally opposite. Look at the lessons. They said they had to be moved off the planet. They cannot be redeemed. See? They cannot be transformed. Whatever. Cannot be. But he said just the opposite. He Messiah for them. That's clear enough, isn't it? But if you think 2 + 2 is 22, I guess it's not. So let's see what he has to say about you. Because at this point in time, remember, Suleiman is pointing out that we're two different people. So you got the demons and the saints. So now the saints hate the demons, and demons hate the saints. So we see what he feels about the devils, because demons love the devils. See what he feels about them. He don't see nothing happen to them. He wants to repent them. He wants us to save them. He wants to transform them. That's totally against the lessons, right? Well, let's see what he has to say about the saints now. The ones that he's living off of. Remember, he's a vulture. He's living off the Nation of Islam. Nation of Islam, he got sisters out there doing fundraisers for him. So he can have $20,000 suits, $50,000 rings on his finger, so forth, so on. Right? $1,000 glasses or whatever. Right? He ain't produced a goddamn thing, but he's a multi-millionaire. And so is his son. Of course, so is Supreme Captain and the rest of his family. But he hasn't produced anything for the Nation of Islam. But remember, these are people that he's living off of. Get a car, his house, all that stuff. They want you to give him money for Savior's Day? But he hasn't produced a goddamn thing. So, see what he has to do, how he feels about them. The ones he's living off of. We see who he has to, how he feels about Massa. See how he feels about Massa. Let's see how he feels about you.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides.
Yes, sir, brother. Yes, we are. Yes, sir. That's real, brother.
Both sides.
Wake us up here, Papa.
When we was alive, we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets.
That's right. That's right.
We owned buildings.
That's right.
We owned farmland.
That's right.
We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
Let the worms eat their ass. Remember, he didn't say some, he said the Muslims. Both sides, male and female. But the devils, I don't love them. I don't want to go nowhere. I want to stay here. I don't want to have nothing happen to them. But for you, see, I pray a lot, worm in your ass. But then again, when you was alive, who killed you? He did. You neglect that part. I was there. Him and Wallace tore the Nation of Islam down. It didn't fall. They tore it down. They robbed up all the assets and everything. Closed the bank down, closed everything, sold off everything. Sold off everything. Including that temple they're in right now. They sold everything. Chairs, they sold everything. It took the money and left the police with nothing. I know because I lost everything. Lost my car, lost my house, apartment, lost everything because all that was tied to the Nation of Islam. Lost my job, everything. They took the money and ran. He had took off. He was out in Arizona place trying to get back on stage and shake his ass. Tell him lying, like Farrakhan. Tell him lying. And he cursed, he lied to Muhammad and Master Muhammad on the way. He bad-mouthed him. It was really bad. There wasn't no prophet, no messenger, and Master Muhammad, no God, all this stuff. This is Farrakhan talking. I was there. Robbed the nation, took off. Let the believers nothing. He said the believers, some were sick, some were crazy, some were back to selling drugs and everything else. Women, they claim he's a shepherd that protected the sheep when the wolves came. No, the wolves came, he threw the sheep to the wolves, to keep the wolves from getting to him, and took off. Tell him lying, Farrakhan. I ain't $5,000 for him lying. Exactly what you did, because you're goddamn stinking no good coward. You're a demon on top of all of it. Tell him lying. Prove him lying, give $5,000. I was there, exactly what happened. So that's how you think about you. He neglected to say, like I said, they tore it down. When Muslims were alive, you just tore it down. And the other thing is, the reason why they had those things, because Elijah Muhammad led us to get those things. We want to sold paper, we sold fish, we all kinds of stuff to bring money in, and he took and said, okay, let's build a bank, let's build a store, let's build a printing press. Because he was leading. Elijah Muhammad led. We gave him the fuel and he led. like putting the fuel in the car and the car drives off. The car is going, it just needs the fuel. Lose the fuel. That's why I had those things. So how can I have it now? Because we have a leader. But he's going to blame you. You understand? He's going to blame you because you don't have those things. It's like you got a guide. He's got you to the wilderness. Okay, you pay him. Guys to the wilderness when it goes. He said, okay, I'm the guide. He's going to lead you. And then you get lost. He turned around and said, you dumb niggas, we lost. Wait a minute, hold it, wait a minute, what you mean? You dumb niggas, we lost. You stupid ass. You're simple, you're wicked. You're stupid. You don't know how to get around. Oh, we paid you to lead us. So how you going to blame us for being lost? I don't give a damn. You're stupid. You're ignorant. You're no good. You ain't got nothing. When Muslims was alive, well, yeah, we gave you money. We sold your final calls. You're a multimillionaire. So how can you use the money to build those things? You the leader. Nah, you dumbass niggas. We lost. Yeah, because you're probably the leader. That's why I call you the accuser. They don't have things because you put the money in your pocket instead of building schools, reparations. Are you prepared for that? You put the money in your pocket instead of building things because you ain't there to build a nation. You there to use the bait, Elijah's name, to destroy the nation, to finish it off. That's exactly what you've been doing. Tell them lying, Farrakhan. $5,000 put them lying. 666. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. And what path you think Farrakhan's on? Mention the covenant. Okay, I'll play a couple of things and close, brothers and sisters.
Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast. 5. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee. Six. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee, turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee, to and shalt return unto the Lord thy God, and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thine heart, and with all thy soul. 3 That then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity, and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath scattered thee. For if any of thine be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. 5 And the Lord thy God will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thee good, and multiply thee above thy fathers.
Okay, brothers and sisters, I think that's clear enough. Anyway, let's a couple things to close out. Okay. Now, Elijah Muhammad made a mistake too, because remember, he didn't break the Injil. He never claimed. He was told by Master Muhammad, use whatever scripture you can to get this job done, to wake our people up. So I'm not begrudging anything. He didn't know the seal. He didn't understand the unsealed Bible. No one understand it but the Lamb. Even Master Fard Muhammad says, no one on the earth, above the earth, right? In the earth, I guess I'm not saying that correctly, right? So that means no one can duplicate that will that Master Fard has. No one can duplicate. That's a technical side. And Suleiman had a spatial side. I talked about that in detail. I'm not going to do it right now. Anyway, the will that Ezekiel saw was not Master Farmer's will. This is the will he saw. If you go back and read it again, then you see how powerful his will is. Let us prove this. See here? Now, this is the Injil will. How is it made? And the living, first like a lion, like a young bull, like face of man, and like an eagle. Right? Okay, let's look at Ezekiel's will. Lion, face of man, ox, and eagle. That's the one they talk about. Because Master Farmer's will is not made of animal. Now, what do they mean by these face of man and all that stuff? Let me show you in a minute. Hold on here, brothers. Watch this, brothers and sisters. There's like a lion. Each one has 6 wings. Remember that. He has 6 wings. Here's 6, right? Second one's like a lamb. I mean, like a wolf calf. Golden calf. This has 6 wings. Next one, right? Like face of a man. I don't know why it's doing. It's supposed to be doing anyway. Then the eagle. Each one has 6 wings. That's 24 wings altogether. Then you have the 7 spirits. Well, that's the angel key. See? That's the angel key. Okay? Hold on, bro. Let me stop for a second. Here, a second. This thing got a mind of his own. Shouldn't be doing this. Well, I don't know why it's doing that. Well, I said they got to tell him I should be doing what it's doing, so I gotta tell you. What's this doing? Okay. Always something. Like a lion. It should be doing that. I don't know why it's doing it, but anyway. Let it go. That's why I said less was first of man, because that one's not included in the key. That I'm not going there, brothers and sisters. I should figure that one out. And 24 elders, they're not 24 scientists. See, each one has 6 wings. It shows they're the control of the America, the Europeans. We're under different levels of control. We're under servitude, under oppressive control by them. Britain had, was enslaved by them. Britain had domination over the Middle East and Arabs in India. Right, they had colonial control. Europe had colonial control of Africa, and they had ideological control. Russia, communism over China and Japan. I mean, China and Korea and Vietnam, whatever. I don't know why it's doing this, brothers and sisters. No, it's on. You understand, brothers and sisters? So that's the 24. They had that wrong. 24 is 6. These and the top. These are the 2 top golden crowns they hit upon the head. Okay, let's move on, brothers and sisters. Yeah, I'm gonna hit on this and then I'm gonna close. Angel key. See if this guy acts up too. See here, this is the angel. This is the war. So let me go here. Right here. This is where we are right now. It's gonna work here. America and Britain, false Israel is in conflict with India, Iran, Syria. Syria's going to be revived, right? And that trumpet there actually represents Egypt, but that's probably somewhat of a secret. But anyway, then that's where we are right now. The war started right now in the conflict. That's where we are right in time. Right now in time. Me-Farracon, watch the weather. Uh-oh. Let me back up, brothers. I don't know how much that's. Let me back up here. I didn't realize I had this turned off. Oops. What happened? Okay. Do it again. I realized I had this turned off. That's the one. That's the angel key. Angel key is one that locks all the scriptures. Remember, it's still angel key locks it all. Here we go. That's 24 elders. 6 we under control of the European powers. They didn't involve Iran and Syria wasn't involved in that. They're part of European powers. They're Islamic part of it. Golden part is the Islamic part. So we're under oppressive control of America. They're under domination of Britain, Magog, ideological domination, communism. Russia has communism, ideological domination over these. Communism, Vietnam, Korea, right? Whatever. Oh boy, this not this thing is going crazy. It's not supposed to work like this, but anyway, I checked it. And they had colonial control over Africa. That's what each one has 6 men, it's 24. It's the throne. This one sit on the throne here. Satan, who the Lamb takes the book from. Let's move on. Angel key. Okay. So this is where we are right now. So let's look at a little more detail of this. See here? This is where we are right now in time. Iran and Syria. Syria's going to be revived. And this represents Egypt. This one right here, right? So they're in conflict with America, Britain, and false Israel. God and Antichrist. Where we are right now. The war is going to be resumed. This is what's going to happen. Right? When the war resumes, it's going to happen. They're actually be at war. This is the sling. Remember, David had a slingshot. Remember, a slingshot is white frame with stone. This is it. This is talking about. They ain't talking about some real thing. This is it. Egypt is the stone. This is a slingshot. They remember this. Right? They go up here, and this is a slingshot. This is Goliath. This is one going to kill Goliath. If Egypt is going to try to attack from the back. America and Syria is in conflict with them. Right, that's what happens. They knock out Goliath. Now America, Britain, and false Israel, or Antichrist, God, Magog, kicked out of the Middle East. No, false Israel is still in the Middle East. America and Britain, I mean, they don't have the power. Right? Now they're in power now. Iran, Syria, and Egypt has control of the Middle East. Right? They don't have control of it anymore. Oops. Back here. Okay. So that's what's about to happen. And what's next? Okay. Show that. And then, because when that happens, America's in trouble. America just got the ass kicked. Got thrown out of the Middle East. The war broke out in heaven. Michael's angels went to war with the dragon's angels. Michael's angels are the Shia. Dragon's angels are Gog and Magog and Antichrist. They are kicked out of heaven. Heaven is Middle East, right? Okay. When that happens, then the power shift. China and India become the two new superpowers. Because America's power is broken. America's no longer superpower. They just got their ass kicked, severely wounded, because they don't have control of the Middle East anymore. Of course, Israel under siege. America and Britain is kicked out. So now that's a severe loss of power. Now it's a power shift. That's where the crowns will shift to dragon. I mean, just 7 to 10 horns of a dragon. Right? Okay. Or 10 horns of a beast. Put that away for now. And at that point, that's when Suleiman comes. If people sit in darkness, why called darkness? Because the NOI is classed as the black horse, seen a great light. At that point, that's when he comes. When that war starts and they defeat it, that's when Suleiman comes to them. He actually don't come. If you read Mark, they turn away from Farrakhan to him. That's what it says in Exodus. Though would the Lord come with me? They separate themselves from Farrakhan and says, okay, they accept him as the Messiah. Right? So he comes and warns them what's about to happen. They're about to be attacked. And that's when they attack us. America and Britain, they kicked out and they attack all blacks. See? But the ones with Suleiman, they're born, so they flee. But the ones that wasn't with him, right, they didn't panic. Because they under attack, but they didn't see it coming. So they didn't panic. Those out in the suburbs and stuff, they lost. Because the word going to go out, America going to put word out to kill all blacks. So all the whites kill all blacks. That's the way it's going to be. It's going to publish all over the news every day. It's kill all blacks. And the white folks going to obey that. If you out in the suburbs and stuff, you lost. But they was warned, they was told, but they didn't listen. But with the lamb, they're going to flee, but they prepared. In other words, they're not prepared. That's why it says, pray that your flight don't be in the winter. It says you can't, don't go in your house, get your clothes, don't get your baby, don't get anything, don't make a text, run immediately. You don't act like that unless you panic, unless you're under attack. Move on. And at this point, America is at war in Europe. Because now that the Middle East have control, now that she has control of the Middle East, Arabia and all that, the Arabia's still there. They just have, people still live there, they just don't have control of it anymore. Right? So now America, they had to flee. They fled the Middle East, they got kicked out, they fled back to Europe. They fled into Europe because that's where all their bases are. But the Europeans turned against them because the only source of oil was the Middle East, and now Iran didn't speak it off. So now, chapter 18 said they're in total economic collapse. That's what we're talking about. Total economic collapse. They have no choice. They can't get oil from America because America they can't bring it by plane. The only source of oil is Russia. So they ally with Russia and they start attacking American bases. So America has to rush to Europe to protect their bases. And as a consequence of that, America's economy collapsed because they have to commandeer all the oil in America, the armed forces. So now all the gas stations, everything closed. Because they use all of the military. So they have total economic collapse here too. So you have cannibalism, everything on the horizon. And then false Israel was under siege during that time. And then they finally destroyed. Now, while they're under siege, right? Because now, like I said, they're writing on obituary. Because what happened is, what they're doing now, see, this is the abomination of desolation, bro. No one's talking about it. Just read it. What's the abomination? The uprising, look at the definition. The uprising was put down with great cruelty. That's what's going on, but nobody's talking about it. Because if they do talk about it, they have to reveal who they are. Because it says, when you see that, right? Their destruction is not, it means false Israel, their destruction is near. But they can't say it that way because if false Israel goes down, it means they couldn't see Abraham. That's why they won't tell you about the abomination of desolation, because they tell you where it's going to be. It's going to be in Jerusalem, over there. It's happening right now, but they're not telling you because they'll be exposed to who they are. Abomination is going on for 2 years now. No one's talking about it but me. That's what's going on right now. So when you see that, their destruction is not, and that you better be ready to flee. But they're going to attack you. That's going to trigger apocalypse and a bomb and Armageddon. Armageddon is just a phase of the apocalypse. You understand? That's what's going on here. So false Israel finally is under siege, and they're going to torment. They're going to do what they did to Gaza. They're going to be doing to them. They're going to freeze. Stop food coming in. Stop water coming in. It says fathers will eat their sons and sons will eat their fathers, and they'll be drinking blood because there's no water, no food. And they'll be flying drones. Hezbollah and all of them will be flying drones all over there. So people see what they're doing. They're eating each other. They're starving, and all this, and the whole world's going to see. And then they finally just destroy them. Where they finally destroy it. And then America's doing Armageddon during this period of time. Right? And that's when they attack, people flee, all blacks flee. When they attack all blacks will flee. Come together, demons as well, the chaff as well as the wheat. At that point, that's who might separate the wheat from the chaff, the diamonds from the saints. But there's going to be a war between the two. There'll be a war, it's telling you in Exodus, and once it's separated, one attack the other. So that's where it separates. When they all brought together, then the demons are cast out. Legion of demons are cast out. When they cast out, that's when the elect and lamb are out of here. That's when it says Michael comes and delivers them out of here back to where? Syria and Iran's not coming here. So they're going to be there going over to the Middle East. And what you see right here, where you see the Arabs and all that, see, this is the ark here. The Arabs represent waters. So waters represent tribulation. So NOI is still in tribulation during this time. And demons are in tribulation. And demons, that's the locust war. They're fighting for America. They're trying to take America. This whole story about Samson. And they're going to win. America's going to be a turmoil. There's going to be no unity. It's going to be cold. It's going to be people starving, people eating their own children. Total chaos, no unity. They'll try to call martial law. It's not going to work. And that's going to last 5 months. And then what happens? And that's when China, India comes in attack. That's the goat they talk about in Daniel. Coming from the west, feet not touching land. It means coming across the Pacific Ocean. Comes to the ram, Gog and Magog, with 2 horns. At that time, the demons will have control of America. They'll be united. But they'll be destroyed when the goats, but they're going to try to defend America because they say it belongs to them now. They get destroyed first, and then the devils get destroyed. That's details, brothers and sisters. And you will see all that this year. This year. As soon as the war resumes, and they tend the war will resume any day now, they're going to trigger this. 2026. That's it. I'm not going to talk about the Cadillac niggas, so I tell them all the time. Oops, I thought I took this out. Oh, I know what happened. Let me back up here. I know I messed that up. Oh, messed up that bad. Should be that. Hold on, there's something wrong here about this. I missed something. Yep, I forgot something. Okay. Let me do it this way. Okay, I'm gonna close out, brothers. Just hope you understand. See, make sure I covered everything here. My notes. Okay, I said one last thing, brothers and sisters. Like I said, this is your weapon here. But the point is, discipline times energy equals power. Right now, Me-Farracon giving you blanks. Injil is fuel. Injil is the ammunition. Right now, you got Seal Bible, you got Farracon's philosophy crap. You either have blanks or no ammunition at all. Once you get the ammunition, it's all over. Because you're going to war. Take back everything belongs to you. Make a owner. Create a planet of God universe. Assalamu alaikum.
We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these are these people, you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work, well, until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for 4 more years. And so you wonder, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself, and I completely understand the anger. I don't like you. I abhor any form of violence, but I do understand the anger when you have, Keir Starmer campaigned, I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country, and they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. Of course. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And Are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is, like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just, like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. Well, in fact, I'm not a white supremacist.
Well,
I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
But it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law... What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is a lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been
your
such a
society
thing.
Is
one
about
culture will dominate.
Hang on, Tucker. Surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It was just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions, that was all totally fine, but there was one culture, as American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multiculture there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere
but those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments, right? So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multicultural multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments, right? So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is, dude. Let's be honest.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, but shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of the world. I certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization. And so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what a society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. You have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Which one? And you can't face that reality. So you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you're going to wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, what was the rest of it, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy
In our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe, and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country.
And as I clarified,
it's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans that were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation,
it's not fine, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all pretend that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's
no, because of you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different. And you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful.
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors, to
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is now what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people. But this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying if you are Black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point. Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and Black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting in to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros's Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe. He literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful, why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talk about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure, as they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff for Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinal Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post. And then even Vance said stating in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. Oh, I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable.
To say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh, my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalized him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
History of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7. Rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians in the name of Jesus, where they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was endured was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 400 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. As they're doing today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleep with animals. So-called common cold was not common. It didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping our women, they had a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught blacks that this was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? How are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered its people. And you crushed the native people here when the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus, what could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known him by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate and slave and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so he couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. That's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? The legacy of the cross. Where's your rap sheet, America? Gog? Where's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? Where's your mateship? Where's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? Where's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing for ripping off everyone. It's the legacy of Christianity. They've been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
and going westward or going out there in the land, ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, watching to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I thousand house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting so. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why is it that you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Put it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in their own rhythm, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection you are now turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why is it that you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own beloved nation for yourself after the white man said you were free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Veteran of Covenant. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's been a year now, and we're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. finally home after 40 years. Right? And so we've been here a year now. And there was an agreement made. A former slave master, he said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and trade it for a place in America in reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over where it's sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there. And it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. They was following, listening to Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them, they stay there, 6 states, right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with former slave masters. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, did some things wrong, but now they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. And said, "Thank you, Farrakhan." They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? And this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. So we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And it's just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they had a big master. They came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, but he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told him 6 states and promised him that he would have prepared him for it, right? Their schools and education, whatever they needed for that. But now I guess they didn't, because they say over there now he's begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now, a year later. It's like, They're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? Then say, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no. They say, they looked at the farmers when they done the farmers said, oh. So then, master, what's happening here? How come right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now master, what's happening here? Right? And then, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look, and they had, a year ago they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now and all the food's gone. It's gone. And she said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't put your own food? You want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? So they've been praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's massive no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparation, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left. They took that was offered to them. They took it, and you said no. I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh man, no communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. Wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead of a year, they was celebrating. And now they're crying, begging the master, okay, look at all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Where'd you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, no planes, no nowhere. We don't know about fly the planes and drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. Well, what you done that for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So then if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel. The gas station's empty. I can't drive, eh? And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and it ran out. They had to, except them to replace it, replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. Warehouses full. Then you had to keep. They thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See? And they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They ain't, business. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he's gonna get this for you, but he didn't prepare you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, said, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, call on your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? See? You don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, because, if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he said, God said that's what he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, to only build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, it does say, look, hold it. We want total separation. Look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1,000,000, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's whole economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, and all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, all that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, ain't no integration, all that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So they said, okay, right? So they said, we're going to take our money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation. Right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say a million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounces, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. Right? But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one. But say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one's worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they work, because those certificates have to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, they less gold. You understand? So $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold, which that's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing the wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They told to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's what all this worth. Maybe $1. Hardly worth anything. Hey, that's our money. You got to have your own money. You got to control your own wealth. You can't keep coming to us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? You've been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me he had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. The people still got gold. And even if they take it, hold on to money, hope to increase again, they're just using another different certificate, using another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you were so happy with it, now it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything $1. Plus the economy's collapsed because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't have to build communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You're not an engineer, build a house. You don't know how to do anything because Me-Farracon didn't. Right? He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything. Right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You saw your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you call your land now? Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. Maybe you call it Traveland. Farrakhan. They met the Farrakhan. Right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. And, oh God, come back, Master, I'll come back work for you, I'll work for Popeyes, I'll do anything you want. No, remember, the blacks, either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any places, just in that land, that you 6 states. And now you're starving, you ain't got your money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, he on the phone, he talking to the guy that you kept treating to help you. Hey, we finally got rid of them niggas. Finally got rid of them. See, on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. They turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See, they could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold that for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. So what? Then what next? What we gonna do, Farrakon? What we gonna do, Farrakon? You told us to take reparations, so we did. They gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakon? What we gonna do? Pray. That's his answer. Pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Right? Because they thought you think they were going to give you some land and take care of you? You think they were going to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million. How much that is? If it's 17 million, that was 17 million times 17 million times $1 million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. And they're going to do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded. Because they closed the border. And what you going to do? You want to fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, which was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Me-Farracon ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you never rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, we got it, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here, because you know they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Of course, come here. It's a disaster over there. And, oh, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold on. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Conland or something. I forgot what something they call it right there. That 6th day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh no. Now he wouldn't ask as Master Farad Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Farad Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice, live with it. But die, whatever the situation is, wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with it. Somehow they got the information over to them. Said, we please come and get them. Nope. Said, no, tell them no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land. You got your reparations. You got your money. You got Farrakhan as your leader. Yeah, tell him. Talk to him. Let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations. We told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, told you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, brothers and sisters, that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, so you might get any more reports on Okay, he says that was Master Farad Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those guys that came in. All that came in today, man. I came in fast. After a whole year, total collapse. Now they're begging it. Somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, we'll at least send them some food. They begged, said, please send them some food. Master Muhammad said, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send us some food. He says, no. He refused. I said, boy, I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that, and he's read to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. He said, no way. You made your choice, case closed. Okay. Just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.